Okay, are we good? We're good. What's going on, chat? How you guys doing? Hope you guys are well. Welcome. It's Friday. No, I'm pretty sure. I've thought all classes, because it's melee, but like, it's not the same. It's not class the same as spell casting. So I believe that you have to stand still. Are these shrunk? These are already shrunk. Well, I guess it kind of matches the armor. 27. Yeah, I think 27. Possibly. We'll have to wait till she gets back and see who's available. Whoa, is that artifacting coming up those stairs? Oh, no, okay. That's just the way that's painted. Alright, we should probably switch over. I was on this guy for a minute, actually. Let me go outside here and fight something real quick. "21 strength. What do I want to... Well, I guess anything will do. I just need to hit something. That beetle will do, I think. Outgoing, damage, self. 45. 54. 48. 33. No crit. So technically 45 and 6 is 51, 60, 51, 61, 54. 21, 33, 50. Okay, so if we then... That's 33. That's 30. No strength. So if we put that on and take the shields off... Probably looking for a bit lower damage. That brown rat's not going to last more than probably 2 hits. 85. 59. 59. I didn't know they released the changes. Is there a letter or something, or was it on the Discord? "53. 59. 55. 52. So the average is probably 54? Hey, Vec, what's going on? In the same vein, I could branch out into some puns. I would consider if you like. I have at least 3 puns. Well, you know, if I was anybody else, I might try and log those puns if you put them in the chat. Although, to be more efficient, they might need to be truncated. But the fact that you planted the seed in chat that you would put those puns in there, Don't worry, I won't choose now to bow. Come on, man, don't leave me out on a limb. Speaking of snap, $56, $53, $57, $60, $56, $53. So, the Oath of the Valiant has 30 damage. The Soot Sword has 33. It's 3 points difference. I was trying to figure out how the game was calculating the damage I do. No crits. None of those were crits. Not a single crit. With a crit chance of 6. Oh, I just had to speak it into existence. I just got randomly buffed. Wait a minute. Ah, gotcha. So, what is this damage then? Is it the same? 27. Oh, divine. That's the shield. 73 on a crit. 55. 47. 49. So I just had my strength buffed by 6 and I swing for less? $51. 53. 50. 51. How did I get buffed for more and hit for less? What is going on? $45. 53. Our average was 54 before. Okay, I don't understand what's going on. Our average damage should be higher, being 6 points in strength higher. Like, that's 6 points. That's not 2 points. It's not 3 points. That's 6 points higher, and we're swinging for less on average? No. The first round of swings up here was the Soot Blade. 54, 59, 59, 53, 59, 55, 52, 58, 59, 60, and then here I switched over to the two-hander, 60, 56, 53, 57, 58, 70, 43. Then down here I put the Soot Blade back on because it's consecrated procced, which means I had my sword and shield on. 73 on a crit, which is okay, that's nice. 55, and then all of a sudden I started hitting lower. 47, 49, 51, 53, 50. I can't even break 54. Well, 56 there, but that average, those 8 swings, that average is not 54. That average is like 52. And the last fight, I was buffed. Right? Now, okay, I'll fight one more thing, and then we'll turn off the buff. 47, 52. I still can't hit over 54. 57, 45. So once I hit over 50, that's I don't get it. Let me hit something else. There's no way the RNG can be that bad. There's no way. Well, so where are all the mobs? I don't think you're going to count. You're going to put Sonic Screech on me or whatever. Yeah, here it comes. Now we're going to miss. Oh, nope. 50, 52, 76 on a crit. I'm not counting crits. 54, 84 on a crit, 43, 66 on a crit, 46. Okay, now I'm going to turn this off. Strength's down to 21. Oh, we gotta be careful. We're getting into spider territory. I need something to swing on. $42, 45, 49, 49, 51, 47, 43, minus that consecration proc. Every attack but one was above 43. As opposed to down here. And we have 6 points of strength less. I need something else to hit. I don't want to go too far over because I don't want to start pulling the group-based spiders. $44, 73, 48, 43, 66. Okay. 49. Okay, I don't get what's going on. How am I hitting for a higher average without the buff? $43, 67, 47, 51. $52, 57, 58, 61. I'm increasing in damage. What's happening here? 55. See, now that was significantly higher with the two-hander. Even though the two-hander has 30 damage and the soot blade has 33, so the soot blade has more damage. But for some reason we're hitting for 10 points more with the two-hander. I don't understand where the calculation's coming from. $55, 56, 58, 58, 56. We have 3 less damage, and I'm hitting for roughly 8 points more. Increases the damage of some melee attacks. What does that even mean? What does some mean? We only have one auto attack. It's not con. It's not wisdom. I don't get it. Yeah, but the damage calculation should be based off of the damage of the weapon. So even regardless of whether it's two-hand or one-hand, if you have a 30 damage two-hand and a 30 damage one-hand, they should do the same damage. Something else is causing our number with two. There's a two-hand calculation that's putting it higher. Yep, but even if the two-hand was the same speed as the sword, it would be the same damage, only faster. There'd be more swings. It's not like if the speed was faster, these numbers changed to 60-something or what have you. It would just be faster recorded damage numbers. Normally, if you've got like a 27... Normally, if you've got a 30 damage two-hander, you wouldn't normally have a 30 damage one-hander. You would have like a 12 one-hander or even a 15, even half the damage. I mean, I don't know how damage is calculated. And I'm not counting crits. And again, our stats are lower. I have less strength now because I turned off the buff. I don't know. There's no damage penalty to this, and this has a hit rating. So you would think we'd be landing more, mitigating less. Like with the two-hand, we hit 456 and mitigated 8. Now if we go to the one-hand, which is the previous fight, they're mitigating the same amount of damage. See? So the 30 and 33 is roughly the same regardless, because you can see with the one-hand, 7 mitigated, 8 mitigated. Come down to the two-hand, 7 mitigated, 8 mitigated. So they're mitigating the same amount regardless of the weapon. But the two-hander is still hitting for a higher damage every auto attack. Regardless of its speed, it's still hitting for that high damage. Whereas the one-hand is hitting for less, even though it swings more often and has more damage, because it's 33 versus 30. So the one-hand should be keeping pace with the two-hand. And you can't say, well, the one-hand can't keep pace with the two-hand. Yes, it can. You can have a higher quality one-hand and a lower quality two-hand, right? You could have the best one-hand in the game and the 10th worst two-hand in the game. And if the damage value is higher on the best in the game, you're going to get more damage. But why I don't understand the damage disparity between the two different weapon types. And I don't know anything about a penalty being applied if you're not using a two-hander. It is interesting, though. I should be hitting the same, or at least closer than 8 damage. At least closer than 8 damage with a stronger weapon. If these two-hand swings are 55 plus 7, 62. If these two-hand swings on average are 62, my one hand should be hitting for 60. Because it's more damage than the two-hander. 46 and 6, that's 50. Or 52. 55. 56. 50. 40, 51. 59. So it doesn't quite get there. I feel it's still lower than it should be versus a two-hand. I don't know. I don't know. I should figure out what these guys are doing. I think most of them are here. We should figure out where we're going. I should probably get on, switch tunes. Where's Krushnek? Is Krushnek in Silent Plains? I should log Krushnek in and swing on something. What do I have for a two-hander on Krushnek? I don't know if he has a two-hander. Our Necropet has the War Gavel. I think he had the War Gavel until he gave it to the Necro. We'll log Krushnek in at 50 and see if the damage... I'll see what I have in the bank. He's got a lot of weapons in the bank, so we'll find two weapons that are similar, one hand and two hand, and go out and hit a couple dogs and see what happens. Or he might be in Demeth. Hello? Hello? Do you want something, Wand? Well, I'm get... Yeah. What? So, we don't know if Bob's is going to be here this evening, right? Okay, so we can log on the regular tune, the 20s tunes, and we'll figure out if we can if we go to Mad Run or what have you. We'll figure something out. Just everybody log on their tunes. Okay, sorry, chat. I got messages. Okay, let me go out. Oh, I didn't... No problem, but he'll probably not want to be here, so we'll go ahead and just fill his spot. I don't have a two-hander on me. That's going to be a poor test. Well, actually, no, it won't. So 33, and we have 35 strength right now. I need something to hit. I'll be, if you want to send out invites, Carrie, for now, I'm on Krushnek at the moment. I'll be switching over in a minute. I don't want to go that far. That's mad run. Somebody's killed all the trash. Okay, here we go. So, outgoing, damage, self. So 33 on the sword, 35 for strength. We're up 15 points from the paladin. 68, 100, 67, 88, 67. So when we weren't critting, we were hitting around 67. I mean, strength plus weapon would be 68. Well, that can't be the calculation. Or can it? And it swings lower? Let me hit something else. Keep in mind, this is 20 levels above the paladin, and we're only hitting for 10 points of damage more. 58, 67, 71, 62, 71, 62, 60. Yeah, I'm running just running some damage numbers. I was on the paladin, and damage was weird. I was doing less damage with a stronger one hand than with a weaker two hand. Not counting critical strikes, and I'm wondering how they're calculating damage. Okay, so 57 and 8 is 65, 55 and 7. That'd be 60, what, 2? 68 and 9 be 77, 75, 76. Hey, Room, how you doing? 33, 35, and then what, maybe the hit rating? I'm alright, man. I'm alright. Dealing with a lot of leaves in my yard from my tree. I'm on day 2. I can't get the tree to drop malt at the same time, so it's like a 5-day process. So I'll be all weekend doing tree gathering or leaf gathering. If not, I cover like 4 houses. I cover their driveways and their yards. I mean, it's not my responsibility to clean it up, but I kind of like to get as much as possible out of the way before that happens, so I don't have to deal with my neighbors, even though it is their responsibility. What else would factor in? Accuracy wouldn't be damage. Accuracy would be whether you hit or miss. And I don't think we have any offensive gear on. Physical crit, that's for crit. Everything is parry. Yeah, everything is parry and dodge. I don't know. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. I don't know. Okay, I'm in game. I saw Nath at the bank earlier, but they don't seem to be on at the moment. Do I have a stereo widener on my vocal channel? I seem to be getting bigger than normal separation on your... What do you mean? Oh, hey, Envy. Sorry, I didn't see your tip or your post there. Tooltip on sword is probably wrong. Could be. Could be. Something wrong with my audio? What's happening with the audio, Vec? Hang on. I'm not sure. I mean, I'm looking at my mic and it says my left and right are the same level. Is anybody else having sound issues with my audio? Does my audio seem weird? You don't need to fix it, it sounds good? Weird. I don't have any modifiers, it's just the volume of the microphone, that's all. Hey, Acer, what's going on? Dude, it's been a minute. How you been? Thank you, sir. Been in and out of Pantheon, trying to keep fresh for me. I hear ya. I probably should. I probably should start taking breaks and jump into some other games in between. Yep, I can get myself. I would. Yeah, the basement. You were there yesterday. That's the basement. You can't go any lower. Ha. Ha. Lower and lamer are spelled slightly different. Tailoring recipe. Don't you worry about me for now. Another mind controlled. Yeah, I'm sure they'll do something once they start working on the UIs. Hey Wand, in the group window, where do I show? If your nameplate in the top left is slot 1, what slot am I in? Okay, do me a favor. Hit F5 and look at your defensive target, and then hit F5 again. Okay, there you go. That's how you guys do it. You use the F keys, and then you just hit it twice. So if I'm in the third spot in your window, you hit F3 twice to get to the pet. I had to test it to see if it worked, and it worked on my screen, so I was like, oh, cool. There's no group down there. It's just off to the side there. We're good. Did I see that Amazon's Luna is now active? Oh, now? Apparently, if you have Prime, it comes with a cloud service, the new Indiana Jones game. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I might have to look into that. How do you get to the Luna? If I'm not mistaken, with the cloud service, you don't need a special controller, right? You can just access it through your PC. Use your current keyboard and mouse or controller or what have you. I think that's how it's supposed to work. I think they have a. I think they were going to have a bunch of mobile games too. I think. Oh yeah, the crown icon. Yeah, that's an indicator that someone has Amazon Prime. Yes, that's how people tell if they have a Prime gaming subscription. That's what the crown is for. Or on Twitch, that's what the crown is for. Oh, that's where you can access. Wait, so. Oh, I'd have to type a message. Wait, we gotta kill the werewolf, right? How dare he ambush me? Alphabet? Underwear? Come on, don't leave us hanging. Oh my god, you forgot your map pieces again? And you didn't. Yeah. Sorry. I thought you were saying you just remembered to go back to the bank and get it. Oh, gotcha. He's about to complete his map quest, so he'll get his, was he a paladin? He'll get the shield. He may never use the shield, but he'll get the shield. Just plays like I have the game installed. You got me intrigued, man. I might, if, whenever this group ends, I might have to take a look at it. Wah, wah, wah. And I was going to praise you for remembering your pieces. It's not too big a deal, Pen. If you've got a solid two-hander, you may never use the shield anyways. Gotcha. Is this the first? This is the first time you'll have this quest done, right? Or do you have it on the druid? Oh, gotcha. Ooh, 169? That's a new high. 165 right after. Alright, I'll take it. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I keep thinking Indiana Jones. Dun dun dun. You know they're rebooting Indiana Jones without Harrison Ford. They're actually finally moving forward. It'll be interesting. It's going to be tricky for them to find a proper replacement, but it's also going to require the younger audience to not know much about Harrison Ford's Indiana Jones, because they're the ones that'll pretty much be leading the theater movement. An Indiana Jones movie will definitely be in theaters. Okay, someone click Karen. Someone click Karen. Don't forget short round, man. Don't forget short round. Rum, was I talking to you in the last 3 weeks or so and told you that I was talking to Eiffel? Okay, let me see if I can find it. Give me a second here. He sent me... I forget what he said in the message. He said he was doing okay. He said he missed hanging out. I told him anytime he needed me to help him set it up, I could get him back on here again, but no response to that. He's about an hour outside of where he used to be. Just give me a second to find his message. Okay, he says here he's still at his current job, but things are winding down. I guess they've been closing out the plant that he's at. He says he's currently looking for a job closer to his home. I'm guessing his family is still there. Hasn't had any luck yet. He misses hanging out. He wanted me to tell you he said hello. That's about it. And then I just wrote him back. I said, it was good to hear from you. Glad you're still employed. I mentioned my audiobook stuff. I mentioned you've been pretty steady going with your job. That's about it. But this was, what date was this? This was the end of August, so about a month ago. Or I guess 2 months ago, a month and a half ago. And I mean, before then, I hadn't heard from him in, I don't know, half a year. He says he's doing okay, though, so I guess there's that. That's all anybody can want from somebody. Remember from the other night, if we don't want to be in a mess again, all pulls happen on that upper ledge. No exceptions. I don't care how empty this floor is. We tried that the other night and we almost got mutilated. People started fighting on the lower ledge as they were respawning, and we had the whole right side by the ramp aggro. Remember, I'm 23 is the lowest level. My aggro radius is pretty big here. I'll have to stop this human. Nobody seems to be watching for them. Where is it? There it is. Oh, by the way, this stuff is crack. I am out, dude. I cannot buy too many of those. Don't tell that to the 4 I have sitting in my fridge. There were 6 more, but I felt like that would have been in excess. Oops. We got a summon person. Where are you? There you are. Summon. I won't have any more tonight, though. They tell you you're not supposed to drink more than 2 a day. Oh, this stuff has leucine in it. I didn't know that. Yo, look at that. It's good for the eyes. Fantastic. What's the brand? My fave just swapped recipe. Not me, it's Zoa. I think it's The Rock. The wrestler The Rock. There's an outlet store that I pop into every Friday and Saturday just to see what they have as far as inventory, because sometimes they have stuff that's brand new, but because the packaging might be damaged, they have it marked down, so I look for the odd deal. But they sell a lot of unpackaged grocery type items, so they usually have all the drinks out of the boxes and lined up. So, but this is the, what's it called? Mango Splash is what it's called. I bought the first one, I don't know, about 3 weeks ago, just on a whim, and I'm absolutely in love. I don't drink energy drinks, but this, oh my god, this one is so good. I'm not even a huge fan of mangoes, but this stuff is good. But you're really not supposed to drink more than 2 because of the caffeine. But with that said, this stuff has leucine in it, it's got magnesium, it's got valine, you got your vitamin C, your B12, your B6, niacin, choline, no sugar. Dude, it's really good. Not that I drink them all the time. It's usually like a weekend type thing, but it's only when they have them in stock. They had them today. They had like a dozen today, but I felt like 4 was enough. Well, 5. 1 plus the 4 in the fridge right now. I I didn't realize there was leucine in it. For those who don't know, leucine is actually good for your eyes. It helps with your vision, just so you know. Leucine. There's also lutein. Lutein you typically don't find in liquid product, though. Lutein is typically like a pill. Now, you say your favorite just swapped recipes. What was your favorite? And what do you mean swapped recipe? Like they're making the same drink, but they're making it with different ingredients, or they've scrapped the flavor that you normally get and they did something different? We got double pulled. That means there's 2 weavers in the group. We have 4 spiders. We got to pick one. Pull it back or yoink it. Everybody make sure they're on the right target. I'm hearing thunks and stuff. I don't think it's going to the one target. Yeah. Everybody get to the top. Everybody move to the back and let the spider come up towards us. We have to get off. I just got through saying we have to get off the floor. You can jump yoink, Pen, so you can target that, come back up here, jump and yoink. You know, it just dawned on me, chat. I was just thinking. The Enchanter pet is the level, is the ridiculously overpowered as it is. When they go to the unified creature system with the way they're doing the levels, that pet's going to be like game breaking. When they go to the unified system, they're going to need to cripple the Enchanter pet. If they don't, it's just going to be absolutely stupid. I mean, the Enchanter Pet can already tank Chevron mobs. The Enchanter Pet is tanking these Chevron mobs. So once they go back to the unified system, like, it's just going to open up so much cheesiness for the Enchanter Pet to just tank stuff. People will just mow through stuff. It might take 10 seconds longer, but people will still mow through stuff. Hopefully they address that. I don't think they will, but hopefully. V8 has energy tea? Dude, I had no idea. We've only ever had V8, the typical V8 tomato drink or whatever. I didn't know they had an energy tea. That's interesting. I haven't seen that. I used to drink V8 all the time. It took a bit for me to get used to it, but once I got used to it, man, I drank it like every day. I don't know if you were supposed to drink it every day, but I drank it every day. I mean, it pretty much came in a similar can. A little shorter, if I remember correctly. Wow, we have a 39 intellect. That's crazy. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I wish these cans were bigger so there was more in them, but I get why they can't do that. No. No, c'est dommage. Uh-oh, pen. Pen's down. I don't have mana, I can't mez. Nope, I don't have the mana. Oh, why would you break the mez? have no mana. He's running. I don't have mana. I don't know who Chazza is, but there's a shaman sitting behind us. They might be AFK at the moment, but I sent them a tell to see if I can get a response. Okay, I think I got a res. I'll get him to get Slindril up anyhow. I just got aggro. This isn't good. I just sent a tell and told that dude to stay... you know, he got aggro. Oh. I was okay until I dotted him. I didn't realize I'd pull aggro. Uh-oh. That mind control might whack him. He's down. Oh, well. You shouldn't move anywheres. Let this guy res you. Yes. Oh, you had to die in the world's worst place. I can't even target Wand. He's died like into the rock, and the only thing sticking out is his right foot. Chaza. Chaza was rezzing. I can. Do I try again? Yep, I just summoned the one corpse. Hey, Gypsy. I think everybody's good. Okay, there we go. You bought the game. Is EU popular or not really? The only server that has the substantial population is Stormona. However, all of the servers have population of some sort. So you could always try the EU server and see how that goes. If you're not having much luck finding groups or finding people or what have you, you could always try playing on Stormona. I play with people as far as Australia, and they all seem to play fine on this server. So as far as distance or location or worry about ping, even if you rolled a tune on Stormona, I think you'd be okay. But if you're EU based, you should definitely try the EU server first, because if you manage to make out there, perfect. You typically want to aim for the smoothest experience. No, he's gone. I think he was logging before I caught him. He's sitting off to the back there. I think he's AFK. Yeah, man, itching for a fight. I got ants in my pants. I've realized I can't step forward, so if we don't pull the Weavers back here, I'm going to get everybody killed, because when the Weaver pulls us all forward, I'm going to aggro everything on the floor. Oh, are you... Oh, you're 23 too? Okay, I thought you guys were all higher. Yes, you and me both. Oh yeah. No, I pulled a Weaver on that last one. And then I almost got Chazza killed because I stepped forward and aggroed a spider that was roaming. See? Weaver just pulled me down. We have a mind controlled. Karen's at low health. He blows up. Karen's dead. I might have to start drinking or trying the odd energy drink going forward. They're not something I've ever gotten into, but now I'm kind of intrigued with all the different flavors that are out there. Not that I would drink them on the regular, but every now and then maybe I'll pick up a different brand name and give it a try. What are there? There's like Rockstar, Monster, NOS. I think that's all I've ever seen. I think. I've done 5-hour energy drink. Those things are crazy. Anybody have any recommendations? The XP is really nice down here for the level range of the group. I think we're 23 to 27. These guys, I think, are 22 to 24. I saw Ben running back to the group, and then all of a sudden he got yoinked. He's like, I'm coming, guys. Ah! Well, I thought it was funny. So yeah, chat, I've made the decision. Whenever they release the Wild Blood content, we're going to pull Cruciferous out of Black Rose Keep. I need somebody in the low 30s for that content, and he's the only tune I got. So, as much as I want to keep him into BRK, I want to explore the new content. I don't think it'll be as massive as Black Rose Keep is, so I'm not worried about out-leveling the content, but I do want to get the content explored as soon as it drops. And I don't want to steamroll it, so I'm not going to take Krushnek. We've been sidetracked too long to try and get through Upper Black Rose Keep at this point. We haven't been there in like 2 weeks, over 2 weeks, because we've been trying to level people. No, you don't. No, you don't. Might have to start a necromancer at launch, chat. I'm digging it too much. fact that you've said that means I no longer have to say it. We just automatically assume it every time you pop in. No, we don't. We've been waiting for you. I had a hunch you'd be here. 0. No, actually, I looked, but I couldn't get anybody. I mean, Care said you were like 2 hours away, so I figured you probably wouldn't show up. You'd probably want to chill. And then she said, your breath stinks, go away, so you decided to log in. I'm certain it was breath. I've heard rumors. Exactly. Yeah, they're 32. Yep. Okay, Celine, if you want to come back to me and res tree burner, please. Where's my heal? Did I scroll past? Oh, it's all the way up here. I'm a necro. I do enough as it is. You're not getting my buffs. I don't. Yep. You know, grilled cheese sounds pretty good right now. I haven't had grilled cheese in a long time. Oh my god, yes. That's like the ultimate winter dinner for me, man. Tomato soup and grilled cheese? Oh, dude, head over heels. You okay, you mutant? Yes, Buddha and I are a much lower level, so we'll end up pulling stuff off the floor. I almost got an out-of-group shaman killed earlier. I mean, I told them not to join in. Yeah, I told them not to join in, but they were being nice. Yeah, yeah. When you were there and I was in that fight, like I was trying to mez that spider because Carrie had said she was on her way to try and hold it as long as I could, and I sent a tell to the guy and I'm like, you better play it safe and wait till this spider goes away before rezzing. He said no problem, and then I responded and I was like, I may die, and then he jumped in and I'm like, why would you do that? And then I didn't realize he was like 32 and a shaman, so he could have like soloed the spider. So whatever. Yeah, yeah. He asked me if he could kill it. He's like, can I kill this? I was thinking to myself, is he asking or is he wondering? Like, is he asking me if I think he can kill it or does he want permission? And I'm like, I'll just tell him to kill it. Just tell him to kill it. Yeah. I felt like responding, I don't know, can you? Good times, chat. Good times. Good times. I love an MMORPG, man. FPSs are multiplayer, of course, but the interaction is just not the same. Okay, how about enough of that? To a carry. It's called. I was gonna say it's called fling a lay shit a la wall and see what happens. No, that's crazy. As I glance over and see the boat being rowed by both Bobsa and Carrie. The water's a bit harsh because the paddling is too fast. And there's like, yeah, exactly. That almost happened when you got here tonight. You both went down there. Carrie started to turn left. You started to turn right, and then you stopped and said, "Oh, blah 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 blah." blah. I'm like, "Oh my god," because I saw it coming, and I'm like, "They're gonna pull the whole friggin' floor." You had invis mist. Oh my. They do not. They get Windstrider. Hey, Agony. The biggest win I feel right now is this the first fall I've lived in an apartment. Don't have to deal with leaves in the yard. Now my car... Dude, my hood has tree residue all over it. My car every day for the next week is covered in leaves. I went out yesterday and the day before and cleaned out my driveway, my front yard, my neighbor's driveway. I got up this morning to go to work. When I stepped outside, on my life, no exaggeration, it was like I didn't touch it. I have the biggest tree. I have the biggest tree on the street, and I can't bring myself to cut the friggin' thing down because A, it gives me privacy in the front yard, and B, I don't know if you guys know this, but apparently it increases the value of your home because it adds privacy. So I haven't brought myself to actually cut the friggin' thing down, but I think I need to have somebody come in and cut probably like 12 feet off all the way around my tree. But my tree drops enough leaves to cover 4 of my neighbors' yards, including their driveway. Every year it's the same thing. Excuse me. Every year it's the same thing. And I try to get out ahead of it so I don't have to listen to my neighbors. It's not my responsibility to clean their yard. It's what happens when you own a home. But, dude, my tree is a nightmare for the next week and a half. I can't stand it. Like, we grew up with the whole idea in our head that home ownership was the holy grail. If you owned your home, it was like the ultimate status and blah, blah, blah. Nowadays, you'd be hard-pressed to convince me. The last 4 or 5 years, man, it's been a curse. So, if people can get by renting, by all means, feel free to rent. If I could do it, I would do it. But at this point, unfortunately, it's way too much for me to rent as opposed to stay here. So, here I am. And I have the unfriendliest of neighbors. So, they got no problem asking help from me, but you think they would help me? Nope. Nope. Yes. Just caused a huge mess yeah, I tried that one year. I tried to mow the leaves one year. It was a bad idea. I assumed that the mulched leaves would help the yard grow. I was wrong. It actually put multiple dead spots in my yard. So, I won't do it again. I thought I was being smart. I would have thought they're bio-organic items. I would have thought they would have absorbed into the ground, but nope. They ended up causing bald patches. So that was a nuisance. It's just a pain for me because I have my back issue, and when I get out there and start doing like the yard, like I'm in pain for a long time. So I've been in it for the past 48 hours, and I gotta go out tomorrow because Sunday they're saying it's supposed to rain, and you definitely don't want to try and clean up leaves when they're wet. It's the worst. It's perfect right now because they're light and they're dry, so they're easy to clean up. So I gotta do it tomorrow. I don't have a choice. So I might go out and talk to the pharmacist about some kind of over-the-counter pain relief and stomach doing the yard again. It's a nuisance, man. It's a nuisance. It is. It is quite annoying. I had pretty serious surgery when I was a teenager, and unfortunately, it's left me with a lifetime of. I mean, well, it's pain, but the only way to get rid of it is to take serious stuff, and I refuse to take serious stuff. I tried taking it all like a decade ago, and I'll never touch it again if I don't have to. The problem is I have to do everything carefully. I'm not as physically active as everybody else could be. So mowing the lawn is a struggle, cleaning leaves is a struggle, carrying stuff there's a whole bunch. It's just a whole bunch of nonsense. And anyways, whatever. I do what I can. It's just a nuisance because I wish the tree would just drop everything all at once. It would be a lot, but it would all be at once. But unfortunately, it drops it within like a week and a half's worth of time. So that's like 10 days of it dropping leaves, which is a nuisance. And you can't go out and shake the tree. That doesn't help. Like, it's a mutant of a tree. The trunk starts out of the ground, and then it branches into like 12 other trunks that just wrap around each other and spread it. Like, it's it's a mess. At some point, I'm going to have to get somebody in to take it out. But whenever that is, I don't know. But the tree is way too big. It's like it's planted probably 16 feet from the house, and the branches are right up against the windows now. So 16 feet? 1, 2, 3. Nah, probably like 20 feet away. Wait, what? See, and that's the thing. The ground is starting to lift where the tree is, which tells me that the roots are getting too big. And on the side of the grass, when I mow between the grass and the driveway, there's a part down by where the street starts where you can actually see a bit of the root, which means it's coming through. So I am going to have to get somebody to do something. It's becoming a mutant of a tree, which is unfortunate because I really don't want to get rid of it. But to get rid of it, I got a feeling it's going to be 12 arms and a leg. Dude, such a nuisance. It's been phenomenal up until last year. Last year it started being a problem. That's when I noticed the root was somewhat visible, was last year. But I don't really know what to do. I don't want to cut into my yard. I don't want to try and cut a piece of the root off. I don't know if that'll cause that part of the root to grow more aggressively. I don't know if it'll damage the tree. I have no idea. I don't know what to do with that tree. Thankfully, it looks like the roots aren't anywhere near my water line, which is nice. So it's not near the pipe. I already had that checked about a decade ago or 12 years ago. They came in to do some work in the front yard. I asked them to look where the roots were. Everything was fine there, so that's good. At least I don't have to worry about water damage. But as far as destroying my driveway and my front yard, that's a different story. I need this voiceover gig to take off. I wish juice was healthier to drink, man. It's got too much sugar in it, no matter how you look at it, but I miss it. I haven't drank juice. Like, I loved apple juice, I loved orange juice, pineapple juice, even grapefruit juice, but everything's sugar, man. I try and stay away from it. I mean, I don't mind drinking water, but there's only so much water a person can drink before you feel like you're getting tired of it. I need to go out and get some of that, what's it called? Bio Steel. I need to get that drink mix, that electrolyte drink mix stuff that fitness people take. I feel that. I have diabetes now, and while I love water, I miss juices. We have those Mio things to add water, but it's nowhere. No, dude, it sucks. The whole addiction thing that they did, what they did to us with sugar, is ridiculous. Because no matter how many times somebody comes up with something and they say it's like something, it's not like that something, because it clearly doesn't have that same sugar taste, man. Aspartame doesn't taste the same. Stevia doesn't taste the same. Sucralose doesn't taste the same. They're all right, and it takes a while to get used to the drinks that have that stuff in it. But sugar itself, man. And some people will say, oh yeah, but if you don't eat sugar throughout the... I mean, one sugar drink will do you... No, it won't. No. Sugar's bad for you all the way around. Sugar's never been good for us. Salesmen were paid a lot of money to lie and convince the health industry that sugar was okay 50 years ago. Sugar's not okay at all. One sugar drink make. So I used to work for a gentleman a long time ago. He's an older gentleman, but he had diabetes as well, and his blood sugar would spike off of an apple. I was at his place doing work one Saturday. He'd asked me to come in. This is after I stopped working for him, but I still did like side work. I wasn't on his payroll, but he was older. He needed the help. I could use the extra bucks, so it was under the table. And he took his blood sugar and showed me his blood sugar reading at the time. I forget what it was. It was low. It was like 5.6 or 5.5. And then he went and had an apple, and he took 3 bites of the apple, and he put the apple on the counter, and he left it there. And I made a comment about him not finishing his apple, and he looked at me and he said, oh, I can't eat all that. I said, what do you mean you can't eat all that? Are you sick? That's when he told me, and I'm like, yeah, but surely you can eat an apple. He goes, no. And then we waited a half hour, so this was about an hour and a half, 2 hours later. He went and took his blood again, and he had spiked like 7 points or something. He was like 11 or 12. He's like, see that? I'm like, yeah. He's like, that's unhealthy. He said, I have to now sit for however long it is or it was or whatever till his body goes through that. I'm like, holy crap, that's off a third of an apple? He's like, yeah. I'm like, man, I had no idea. And that's when my eyes were opened and I started doing education. And then just before COVID hit, the end of 2019, I think it was September or October. I went in to see my doctor just for a checkup. I was overweight at the time. I was probably 200 and... Well, I was at my worst, so I was probably 260, 265 pounds. So I went in to see my doctor. She looked at me and she said, we had you in for your blood work. We got the blood work results back. She said, you look to be pre-diabetic. I said, what? I said, what do you mean pre-diabetic? So she sat there and talked to me and gave me a bunch of information and stuff that happens with pre-diabetic people and things that I should be feeling and going through. I'm like, well, I don't feel any of that. I said, it's every day is a regular day for me. I mean, I'm not out running a million miles, but I'm not feeling sluggish or slow, nothing. Anyway, she showed me the stuff and I said, okay. She said, when was the last time before this? And I didn't know. And she looked it up and it was probably, might have been 7 months earlier when they had taken blood work again for a different reason. And she looked at the levels and she said, yeah, she said, it's high here too. She said, you're pre-diabetic. She said, we're going to have to prescribe you something for your blood. So she wrote a prescription for me. I was completely ignorant about the whole pre-diabetes, diabetes, type 1, type 2. I didn't have all the information on it, but I went down to get my prescription later, like an hour and a half later, and I thought I was getting one container, right? Like typically you go for your prescription, it's one vial of whatever you got to take. I go to get my prescription and the bag is like, I got to hold with two hands. I'm like, what the frig is this? So I get in the car and I open the bag and there's like 12 pill bottles, 12 wide mouth pill bottles, and it's all metformin. And I'm like, what the frig is metformin? I said, why do I have 12 bottles of this shit? So I went home and looked up metformin and saw what it was, and I'm like, oh man, I'm not getting on pill. That's not happening. Now, some people might think I was ignorant and stupid not to get on the medication and take it. But I read all the reports about people getting on the metformin to the point where they'd have to stay on it, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So I think I went 4 days taking whatever the recommended thing was. And I looked at it on the fourth day and I was like, you know what? I'm going to leave them in the dresser. I'm not going to touch them. I'm just going to make changes. I've told the story on stream before. So I made the decision around the end of October, beginning of November, that I was going to change my eating habits. I wasn't going to sign up to the gym, blah, blah. Now, keep in mind, we didn't know COVID. COVID didn't show up officially until February of 2020. So this is the end of 2019. So I made the decision the end of October, beginning of November, that I was going to change what I ate. So I started changing what I ate. Now, when I say that, I didn't go all salads and whatever, starve myself. But I just didn't go as often, and I didn't eat as much as I did at a time, and I didn't think I ate a lot at the time. December came. I got sick. I got sick to the point in December where I thought I was going to... So, here's if you got time, here's a bit of a story. Some people have already heard this. So, the middle of December comes around. Well, about the 11th of September? 10th or 11th of September anyways. 10th or 11th of December, I started feeling not well at work, and I started feeling sick. I was like, well, this is weird. I said, great, I'm getting a cold. Fantastic. This is going to suck. So I went down to the pharmacy down below where I worked, and I went and picked up some vitamin C and Halls, throat lozenges or what have you to get ready for it. Because I typically work when I'm sick. Like I just work. So I got sick. And then I got sicker the second day I was at work. And then I got sicker the third day. And then I got even worse the fourth day. And then it held tight for the fifth day and the sixth day and the seventh day and the eighth day. And I thought, what is going on here? I got the flu or something? Then I thought I had pneumonia. I was taking deep breaths, checking for any congestion or gurgling in my chest. Didn't have it. I'm like, this is so weird. So anyways, on the 10th day, I went to work. And I felt so miserable that I told my manager, I said, listen, I got to go home. I said, I've been sick for about a week. I don't know what's going on. I'm really not feeling good. I can't focus. So I went home day 10. Day 11. So I wake up on day 11. I wake up, I'm sleeping on my back. I normally wake up on my left side, but I wake up on my back and I go to roll over to get out of bed. And as I'm rolling, I feel this weight on my chest like I can't move. And then all of a sudden, this explosion of pain. And when I say explosion of pain, it went from what felt like my groin all the way to the sides of my neck. And I thought, what the hell is this? And I laid back in bed. And then all of a sudden, the pounding started. and my eyes, I had to half close my eyes because I couldn't focus. I had a headache, and I had this burning sensation. It legitimately felt like, and I don't know if you guys have felt this, but it felt like my chest was on fire. It felt like you were out in the driest, the coldest of dry colds, where when you inhale, it feels like your lungs just froze solid. But it was like fire. Like it was, I've had spinal pain, okay? There's nothing worse. You've never had an injury worse than spinal pain. My chest was so much on fire, I was afraid. Like, I don't get scared. I was afraid. I didn't know what was going on. I thought, holy crap, what kind of flu is this? I called my local health department. I got up gradually. It took me about a half hour to get up out of bed. I went downstairs. I sat in the chair. I grabbed my cell phone. I called my local health authority, because you can call on, you got like those, like 911. It wasn't 911, but it was just a number that you call to get to your local health authority. They answered, and all of a sudden, while I was talking, I felt like I couldn't talk anymore. And so my words were coming sparingly, and I'm like, what is going on? So I was talking to the nurse, and I told her, I said, I gave her all the symptoms. I said, I feel like I've had this for almost 2 weeks now. I said, it's about, I think we're on day 11. And the first words out of her mouth was, do you live with anyone? That was the first thing she said. Now, keep in mind, COVID, nobody knew COVID. Nobody knew. This is December of 2019. She said, do you live with anybody? I said, no, it's just me. She said, have you been in contact with anybody in the last 10 days? I said, yeah. I said, I was at work. I said, I decided to take sick days yesterday. She said, so about 10 days? I said, yes. She said, did anybody else go home sick? I said, not that I know of. Then she asked me, she said, do you have anybody that can run errands for you? Like go get groceries, go get medication? I'm like, no, I can do that myself. She's like, sir, she's like, this is going to sound weird, but she said, I need you to stay home. I was like, what? What do you mean you need me to stay home? She said, we're not sure. She said, but we've got a handful of people that have come into the hospital. They're in rough shape, and we don't know what's going on. I'm sitting in a chair in my living room, terrified that I've got the plague. You might smile, you might laugh. I'm being serious. Like, I thought, I was like, I don't know what's going on. So all of a sudden the walls went up. I started to get guarded. I'm like, okay, so you think whatever I have is contagious, but you need me to stay home? She's like, yes, sir. She said, I would also like you to call in every day when you get up to do a health check. I said, what do you think I have? She said, sir, we don't know. I can't say. I said, what do you mean you can't say? I said, you're asking me to stay home and and I'll be fair. What I was experiencing, I've never experienced before, ever. She had a bit of panic in her voice towards the end of the call. And I said, okay, I said, I will track down somebody to see if they can run errands for me. She said, sir, if you get anybody to run errands for you, when they come to your house, you need them to leave the stuff on your front steps and then leave before you go and get them. I'm thinking, okay, this is it. It's the end of the world. I don't know what's going on here. So I'm starting to think, do I call my folks? Do I talk to my family? Do I call my friends? Do I not call anybody? What do I do? So I said, okay. I said, blah, blah, blah. There's nothing else I can do. I said, I can't come into the hospital. She goes, no, sir. We would appreciate it if you didn't come into the hospital because we can't do anything. And I'm like, okay. So if I get to the point where I think I'm going to die, I should just stay home? And she paused. And the pause is what got me, because I was like, holy shit, she wants me to stay home and die. Now, again, we don't know what COVID is, and I got it the worst. So this will lead into something. So I sat in the chair. I hung up the phone with her. My whole world ended. My whole world ended. I sat there. All the energy got sucked out of me. The pain was just, it was so bad in my chest. I couldn't breathe. I was going, every time I tried to do anything. So that evening came. Now, I was sick those 10 days when I was streaming. The night came and I was supposed to stream and I didn't know what to do. I had sat in the couch for 3 hours. I didn't do anything. I didn't look at my phone. I didn't turn the TV on. I didn't look out the window. I sat for 3 hours in my chair in almost the worst pain I've ever been in, wondering if I was going to die. This is legit. I wasn't sitting there exaggerating. I honestly thought I was going to die. I'm like, what am I going to do? I said, I'm supposed to stream in like an hour and a half. Do I stream? Do I sit in the chair? Can I go to bed? God, I don't know what to do. My parents called. Started talking to my parents, told them nothing. They were going to come up the next day to visit or whatever. They didn't know I was as sick as I was. I didn't tell them. I said, no. I said, I'm busy. I'll give you guys a call when I'm going to be home. You guys can come up and visit, but you can't come up tomorrow. So I go upstairs and I start streaming. Well, I'm in pain the whole stream. Now, this went on from day 11 to day 18. So 7 days of the second worst pain I've ever experienced in my life. And you got to remember again, I broke my spine. I had severe spinal surgery that almost killed me twice, okay? I know what pain is. I don't care about your broken legs and your broken arms. So I finished my stream day 11. I got up from my chair and I walked around. My bedroom's just over here. So I walked around the corner. I walked into my bedroom. All the lights were off. Nothing was going on. The house was quiet. And I stood there for 10 minutes staring at my bed. And I started to shake just a little bit because I didn't know if I should lay down. I had no idea. I said, I got to sleep. I can't sit up. There's no way I can sit up. I've already been up, 20 hours or whatever. I have to go to sleep. What do? Do I prop myself up? Oh, I don't want to go to sleep. If I go to sleep. So I crawled into bed. I haven't prayed since I was a kid. I'm not saying anything. We're not going to talk nothing about. I'm just saying I believed that I was on the way out. Based on everything, because again, nobody knew coronavirus. Nobody knew what COVID was. I woke up day 12. Same thing. Same intense pain. All the symptoms, everything. It was an end of the world experience. I went to stream again. Same thing. Every day it got worse and worse to the point where I was starting to lose my, I was starting to go, I didn't know, I didn't know when I was going to die. I had no idea. Day 13, 14, 15, same thing. I didn't reach out to anybody. I didn't ask anybody to run any errands for me. I stayed home. I called them every day. Day 17 came, the whole thing. I finished the stream day 17, and I went to stand up after I killed the stream, and I fell back into the chair. And it felt like all the energy came out of me. I didn't move, nothing. I thought, oh shit, this is it. Oh shit, what do I do? So I grabbed my phone, and I brought up the phone pad, and I pressed 911 on the phone, but I didn't hit call yet. And I said, okay. And I got my thumb on the button so that for whatever reason that I would hit the button. I went down and earlier that evening, I had gone down and unlocked my door just in case someone had to come into the house. So I had the doors unlocked. I sat here for about 25 minutes with no energy. And I said, okay, I'm going to try to get up. So I got the energy just to get into my bedroom. I put both hands on the bed. I fell forward. I passed out. I woke up. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. I said, okay, I got to get into bed. So I crawled up into the bed, laid on my stomach, fell asleep. I woke up 11 a.m. on day 18. I was 100%. I had no pain, I had no congestion, I had no headache, I had no fire, I had no trouble breathing, I had nothing. I felt like I did before day 1. I was like, I don't understand what's going on here. Is this the calm before the... Oh, is this... I was like, is this the calm before the storm? Anyways, I got up out of bed and I stood up and I stood still for about 5 minutes, just in case. I felt fine. I walked to the bathroom. I felt fine. I was like, okay, this is interesting. I went and brushed my teeth, went in my room, got dressed. I was fine. I'm like, okay. I went down my stairs. I was okay. I went back up my stairs. I was okay. I went up and down my stairs 6 or 7 times. I was okay. I'm thinking, okay, I must be over it. Anyhow, long story short, I had found out that I'd gotten COVID before we all knew what COVID was. And this was towards the end of December. This was the middle to the end of December. We didn't know until February of 2020. It turns out Where I work, I pass through a major shopping area. That shopping area leads to a business building where a lot of people travel from the airport from all over the world, and they have meetings at this location. It turns out a lot of Asian people had gone overseas. I forget, there was some kind of special holiday or celebration that was going on over there. They had all come back, and apparently I must have walked past somebody and got whatever they had, and it reacted with me weird. So anyhow, we left it at that, not knowing what it was. And then January and February came, and that's when everything opened up, and I realized that it was that I'd gotten COVID. Now, with that said, I was talking about weight because we were talking about the whole diabetes thing earlier. I know it's a long ways to get back, but I'll jump back here. When I made the decision in November to change my eating habits, just to see if I could help myself control my sugar or what have you, I went from January, so I had just gotten over the first bout of COVID. I went from January to the end of March, so 3 months. I lost 82 pounds. I went from 260 something pounds to 182 or 183 pounds, I think, roughly. I went back into the doctor's. She couldn't believe, she showed me the graph. She showed me all my scores. All my bad shit was gone. All my good stuff was improved. Like all of it. It was crazy. She looked at me. She's like, I don't know what you did. I said, I didn't do anything. I said, I've said this 100 times on stream. When it comes to people discussing fitness versus nutrition, what you eat, I swear to you on my life, what you eat will fix you for the most part with whatever you had. Like, never mind going to the gym and lifting weights. If you change your eating habits, you will fix whatever you might think is wrong with you. Because I can say that because I lived through it. But it was a wild weight swing. I couldn't believe I lost that much weight in a 3-month period. I didn't starve myself. I didn't do any fancy nonsense. I didn't do any kind of cleanse. I didn't do any kind of diuretics. I didn't eat salad every day. But I just changed what I ate, and the weight was just gone. I had an A1C of like 13 at the time, and it came down to like 5.4 or 5.5. Like, my doctor legitimately looked at my A1C and she's like, I don't understand what you did. She said, did you take anything? I said, no. I said, I just changed what I ate. Instead of eating this, I went and had this. I went and bought a bit more chicken. I went and bought a bit more meat. I didn't do, every now and then when I go to work in the morning, I would usually get something like a bagel or what have you from Tim Hortons or the coffee shop. I stopped doing that. I didn't cut out all bread. I still ate a sandwich if I wanted a sandwich or a sub or a wrap or what have you. Tim Hortons, actually, for those who know Tim Hortons is the coffee chain in Canada. Now, there are some locations in the northern U.S., but Tim Hortons was a Canadian franchise. Tim Hortons pretty much saved my life. I went from regular coffee to dark roast. Now, if you drink coffee, regular coffee and dark roast are vastly different. Regular coffee is yay. Dark roast is, oh my god, this stuff sucks. However, after about 3 weeks of, oh my god, this stuff sucks, this is all I can drink now. I can't drink the regular coffee anymore. It tastes weird. The dark roast coffee and the wraps that I would get from Tim Hortons helped me lose all that weight. It blew my mind. But my viewers started to notice in February. Thank you. If you were to go to YouTube and look at my videos before December of 2019, you would see how fat and round my face is versus how it is right now. There's no fat on my face at all. It's crazy. It's crazy, the weight loss. But yeah, it was 82 or 83 pounds is what I had lost. I'd gone from 265, roughly 265, down to 183. Then I went up to about 194, and I've been about 194 ever since. And again, I don't starve myself. I'm not a gym rat. I just eat differently. That's all. I don't eat just salads. Hey, Tinkley Spore. Thanks for using your Prime Gaming on the channel, man. Sorry for the delayed response. I was in a bit of a ramble there. Good job dodging those ads for the next 30 days. And thank you for the support. I appreciate it. I feel the initial uncertainty. The first case in the U.S. that I know was in hospital closest to me, Washington State. I was working at Microsoft. Someone apparently was infected with tuberculosis. Oh, that sucks. Microsoft had to some kind of special thing to get tested. Oh yeah. So during COVID, where I work, I didn't know this, but I'm classified as what's called critical service. So essential service would be police and fire. I'm critical service because I keep the banks open up here, the job that I do. Because we were critical service, I couldn't work from home. We didn't have a work from home process because I have certain security certification clearances that force me to work on site. The stuff I work with, apparently, you can't take it off site. It has to be. So I worked all through COVID when most of the world was shut down. Now here's the weird thing. And this is crazy. I don't know if any of you experienced this, but because I was one of the few that had pretty much forced to work through the 3 years that was COVID, so 2020, 2020. Oh, hang on a second. What's going on here? I got it. I'll get it. Hang on a second, chat. I've been yapping so much there, groups. I'm so glad nobody's looking at a parse right now. show a bunch of zeros up on the last, what, 8, 9 pulls? Shh. No, you didn't. If it speeds up the future, sure. Yes, I got off topic again. So, anyways, during the 3 years of COVID, I have been positively tested. I've been tested positive, I think, 12 times, at least, with COVID. So in a 3-year period, I've had COVID 12 times. Because I had to go... I travel about a half hour when I go to work, and I still have to walk through the same complex, and the problem is you can't control everybody. So the people that were sick and should have been home were out seeing the sights and doing their shopping and everything as if it was every day. Coughing, hacking, the whole 9 yards. You'd wear masks, the masks wouldn't work. There was just nothing you could do. So I used to have to keep going to get tested. But I will say, that first time that I described to you guys was the absolute worst I had felt. The other 11 times was nothing. I was like asymptomatic. I had a couple sniffles. I think I had a headache once. That was it. But I just kept testing. I don't know how many times I had COVID. The 12 times was just the 12 times I got tested. But I had COVID quite a bit. Now, here's the other thing. Since COVID left, so let's say like 2023, when I say left, I mean it died down and became the flu. Since like 2023, I haven't been sick. At all. Like, at all, I haven't been sick. Which is crazy. With our weather. I have like perfect attendance at work. I've never been sick in 2 years. It's crazy. Uh-oh. I think everybody's out. Wish you had a Tim Hortons. Look, let me tell you, man. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I was in Boston probably 20 years ago, and I know it was 20 years ago. I went to Dunkin' Donuts because I wanted to try it. We didn't have a Dunkin' Donuts up here, and I wanted to see what American coffee was like in the fast food industry. So the only place I knew was Dunkin' Donuts. So we went to it. Myself and my best bud went to a Dunkin' Donuts. I don't know where it was. Somewhere's in Boston, and I really didn't like it. And it wasn't that it tasted different from Tim Hortons, but it tasted like nothing I had ever consumed before. Like, I did not like it. I didn't like the taste. I didn't like the texture. I was like, wow, this is what people drink in America? This is nothing like anything we have. Hang on a second. But yeah, so anyhow, I've spoken to a number of Americans who have popped into stream whenever I've talked, or I drink Tim Hortons almost every night. Now I've been drinking out of a Yeti tumbler for the last, I don't know, year and a half. But generally, when I don't have it with me, I always have a Tim Hortons cup on stream that I'm drinking from. So whenever we talk about coffee and whatnot, the American viewers always mention that they've been to the Tim Hortons across the northern U.S. or what have you, and they really enjoyed the coffee, and I thought fantastic. And then some people come in and make comments, tastes like ass, blah blah blah, whatever, which you're going to expect or whatnot. But as far as both coffees go, there was like a thickness to the Dunkin' Donuts. I'm not going to say sludge. It wasn't sludge, but when you drank it, it felt it just didn't feel as coffee that I'm used to. Whether you make the coffee at home, whether you make it in a pot, whether you make it instant coffee in your mug, whether you go to Tim Hortons, whether you go to Second Cup, even Starbucks. But there was something about the Dunkin' Donuts coffee, man, that I was like, I don't ever want to drink this again. But Tim Hortons, like, dude, dark roast is the way to go. For those who might be interested, if you drink coffee and you've never drank dark roast is the way to go. Dark roast will definitely help clean up your system. The problem is, dark roast tastes like nothing you've ever drank before, so it's going to take time to get used to it. But dark roast is definitely the way to go. Yes, sir? Oh, okay. Hang on a second. No problem. All right, man. I was lucky enough to be able to work remotely through COVID. My sister and her husband lived with me at the time. My sister worked at grocery stores. COVID cycled through the house. Lucky ones. Basically last 3 days. One of those days was bad. It was not too bad. I've had pneumonia that was worse. Yeah. Like, man, I hope I never experience another experience like that first time. Those day 11 to 18, guys, I can't even tell you what a night, like, again, I've had severe spinal surgery. I've had pain where it explodes, shoots down to your heels, up to the back of your neck. You feel paralyzed, you collapse to the floor, you can't stand up, and you end up sleeping on the floor for the night because you can't move. And every time you go into the hospital, they turn around and tell you that nothing's wrong with you. And then you come home, and you're standing, and you have another shot of pain, and it puts you on the floor again, and you have to sleep on the floor. Like, I've been through the worst. What was that? 9%. Less than a bubble. And I don't talk about it a lot. It's not like I'm asking for sympathy or pity, whatever. It's just not something I bring up because I don't know anybody else who's been through this, so nobody's gonna care. Like there's no point in bringing it up. What's that? What does it make? Well, check and see if you have it, and if you don't have it, you can have it. The Proficient Shawl. So it's not sleeves, it's a shawl. It's going to be your shoulder. I live just outside of Seattle. Recently, Starbucks has closed down a lot of stores around here. I'm hoping Tim Hortons makes a play. I saw in the news that that Starbucks was shutting a number of stores throughout the states. Now, it says tailoring, so cloth. Uh, I I walked into Starbucks. This is before COVID, so I want to say probably 6 years ago. I was going to see a movie, and next to the theater was a Starbucks. I'd never gone to Starbucks because I'd always been Tim Hortons. So I decided to go into Starbucks. It was the summertime, it was really hot. So I go into Starbucks, and I wasn't looking for coffee. I was looking for water, bottled orange juice, something before I went over to the theater. You have what? Proficient gloves, but you don't have the shawl? Well, you can have this then. Yeah, I'm at the bank right now. Yep. I mean, truth be told, if you got the material, you should try and craft one and see what the stats come out as. Is it going to this guy? Anyhow, as I was saying, I walked into Starbucks. I got in line. So as I got in line, I'm looking at their counter before their checkout. And I happened to see that they've got their bottled water and they've got like apple juice, blah, blah, blah. And I saw the orange juice. And it was only a small bottle, like 175 milliliters or 150 milliliters. Really, like probably that big. Nothing serious, you know. It was very small, and I thought, oh, that'll be perfect. I'll grab that, I'll down it, I'll go to the theater. I go and pick the orange juice up. While I'm standing in the lineup, I break the seal. I take a mouthful. I put the seal back on. I go to the counter. I go to pay for it. That much. That wide of a bottle. Okay? Around that wide of a bottle. She looked at me and she said, that'll be $6.75. I said, for what? She said, your orange juice. I said, yeah, but I didn't get anything else. It's just the orange juice. She said, no, sir, that's for the orange juice. I'm like, are you telling me I'm paying $6.75 for 175 milliliters of orange juice? She's like, yes, sir. I was like, okay. So I paid because I cracked the seal. And when I left, the only thing I think of was, I hope when all the Starbucks are closed for the evening, they all burn to the ground. $6.75 for a pill bottle worth of orange juice? Man, forget it. And that's when I found out that everything there was $6 this, $8 this. Some of the fancy shit is like $9. Like, forget that. So it doesn't surprise me that Starbucks are closing down. So, my understanding of awareness is that it's supposed to give you benefits during combat that you wouldn't necessarily see. So, you might hit more often, you might take less damage, you might dodge something. But also, awareness, I believe, is supposed to work into the perception system. Whereas, if your awareness is a certain value, you might be doing something throughout the world and something may trigger that nobody else will see because their awareness isn't as high as yours. But before you get ahead of yourself, I've already had a full awareness set crafted. Snapper crafted it for me or whatever. I put it on. I've run all through the game with it, and it doesn't do shit right now. So, as far as I'm concerned, it just don't bother with awareness until they post something where they say awareness is now working for something. Because right now it's not working for anything. I've been to every single zone except deep into Black Rose Keep. I ran through the lumberjack area when it was cleared by another group a couple days ago, and I didn't get any prompts or nothing. So I said, okay, I don't think this stuff works, because when they brought Black Rose Keep into the game, in those specific patch notes, they reference awareness as if awareness is supposed to do something. But I think what they meant was you as the player be aware of things around you, like the conversation in Demeth that starts the quest line for the storyline through Black Rose Keep. I don't think awareness does anything for anybody individually at this time. So, it's a big lemon. That's what it is. I've been all through Silent Plains. I went through Eastern Plains. I went through Thronefast. I went through AVP. I haven't gone into Halnirs. I don't even know if it would do anything in Halnirs. But so far, awareness hasn't done anything outside of possibly giving me some sort of subliminal bonus in combat. That's it. Sounds accurate. Any coffee you get is $6. Yeah, so Tim Hortons, $2. Large was $1.93. That's what I paid for my coffee. Was $1.93. And people will say, "Oh, if you only paid $1.93 for your coffee, it must have been shit." No, you're just ignorant. It's coffee. It's perfectly fine, fantastic coffee for $1.93. So, do you pay $7 for Starbucks or $1.93? You pay $1.93. And then the same shopping complex that I talked about earlier that I would walk through, or that I walk through to get to work or whatnot, there was a Starbucks in there. There was always 50 people in line. I don't understand. I don't understand why people are going, like, and you might think, oh, because they have the Venti this and the whatchamacallit that and this, that, and 20 different syrups. And so you can get that anywhere. You can go to Tim Hortons and ask them to put different types of syrups and sauces and foams and creams and whatever. But the fact that the Starbucks line was always jam full, and I'm like, I can't tell if those people are stupid or filthy rich. I don't know. $7 a day for coffee. I'm not economically efficient by any stretch of the imagination, but I can't bring myself to pay $7 a day for coffee. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's like the definition of crazy. Even though it's not the definition of crazy, it's the definition of crazy. And no offense to you guys if you guys stand in Starbucks every day. I get it. You guys like Starbucks. I just can't bring myself to understand how $7 for coffee ever became a thing. Considering Starbucks has been around for, what, 20 years? But yeah, dude, that orange juice was the last straw. No pun intended. But $6.75 is what she charged me for that orange juice. And when I left that Starbucks, I never set foot in another one. And if I'm not mistaken now, I think you can go and buy Starbucks K-Cups for like Keurig machines and pay less for those than going to the actual Starbucks to get your coffee. I don't know. Life is strange. I don't know what to do now, guys. The group is done. Nobody's LFM. Not enough people on. What do we do, chat? Do we jump to a different tune? Do we jump to a different game? We're usually still going at this time. Some people, I guess, have been up for a very long time today, so they wanted to call it early. I get it. It's not often. I don't think we've ever finished this early before, but I get it. It's just unfortunate because it throws a wrench in the plans. Can I ask what class is lacking in Pantheon right now so I can be most useful? So, if I give you my absolute 100% honest answer, it's going to sound generic and ill-informed, but trust me. Any class you choose to roll right now, as long as you play with some sort of regularity, as long as you advertise you're looking for group, as long as you do something in-game when you log in, any class is usable. You can run a group with just about every class makeup possible. I've done it, and I've killed everything in the game. And I say this 1,000 times. So if somebody tells you, oh, there's only 5 clerics on, so a cleric would be a good choice. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. You don't need a cleric to heal. I've run stuff with just a druid. I've run stuff with just a shaman. I've run them at level 10. I've run them at level 50. So whatever class you want to play, you should play. Yes, that's exactly it. And that goes for all of you or anybody who wants to give this game a go. You might sit there and think, well, early access has been out for 10 months, so a lot of people are already going to be in their classes. There's going to be an established meta of who's tanking, who's healing, what's the most popular, what's the best at this, what's the worst at that. There isn't. It's all about the driver behind the wheel. So it's what you do with the class. Trust me when I tell you, every single class in this game is phenomenal. Yes, 1 or 2 classes that are currently getting looked at are going to get a couple of tweaks to make them more active, but there is no one class in this game that is failing in what they're supposed to do. They just might not be as exciting to play. For example, the summoner is being looked at right now because as fun as it is for the summoners out there to have their pets available, they feel like they themselves don't contribute much to combat, and they don't because they have very few spells or abilities that they can use. They're looking at reworking the summoner to give them more things to do for themselves so they stay more active. That'll be fantastic. But the summoner works perfectly fine. I've grouped at, level 10 to level 50. I've grouped with summoners all over the place. They're fantastic. They're just going to get a couple tweaks that allow the player to be more active, which is great. That's phenomenal. But there is no, regardless, if you tune into Joppa's streams and you see people complaining or typing that when is this class going to get looked at? When is that class going to get looked at? This class should have this. That class should have this other thing. Ignore all of it. All the classes are fine. And if somebody sits there right now and says, oh, well, you can't say that because I've been playing a wizard for 8 months now and the wizard, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, do something different. Do some homework. Learn your class. I have, on my life, I have grouped with every class and killed everything in the game. It's fine. Everything is good. If you think you're failing at playing a certain class, think about what you're doing, open your spell book, go through and read what everything does, see what's on your hotbars, realize what you're going to fight, and figure out if there's any abilities you can swap in and out depending on what you're fighting. Not enough people are doing that. They're leveling, they're getting whatever their current spells are, their new spells are, they're putting them on their hotbar, and they're running out of town or whatever to go kill stuff. You can't do that. I still cycle in level 1 spell or level 1 abilities no matter what tune I'm playing. If I'm on the Necromancer, if I'm on the Warrior, if I'm on the Paladin, if I'm on the Enchanter. If you watch my videos, you'll see me open my spell book or ability book and swap stuff out all the time because I understand what I'm fighting. Not enough people are doing that. That's it, period. Not enough people are doing that. So they make these assumptions that the classes don't hold their weight, or I'm not going to play a warrior when a paladin has all this fancy stuff. Yes, play whatever you're going to play. Play whatever you're going to play. Don't even listen to VR. If VR were to come to you and say, don't play this class because this class is lacking, they're lying. They're ignorant. I've grouped with everybody. Most of the server knows who Krushnek is. I've grouped with everybody. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Nobody's complaining to me about the classes. Nobody's complaining to anybody about the classes. The chat is never lit up with people complaining about their class. Never. It doesn't happen. They're fine. I wish I could clip all this and then just send it to everybody on the internet that wants to play this game. And they automatically listen. I should probably get one of those spinny hypnotize things and put it in the background here and have it spinning so that when people come in chat, I automatically strike a pose and start talking, and I hypnotize them, and, you know, maybe everybody would just play the game and be quiet. You know? To be polite. Months ago I played a warrior to like level 15, but I was on a very low pop server, so nobody was grouping. That happens, and that's unfortunate. And again, I keep telling people that Stormona is the busiest server because it is. Out of the 9 servers that we have, Stormona is the main server. If you live in Europe, if you live in Australia or New Zealand or Asia, and you want to connect to the Oceanic server or whatnot, there are low populations. Now, with that said, I'm streaming and playing now because it's the evening here. But over in Europe and Asia, they're into their day right now. So that's probably why you're not going to get population the same time as this. So you typically want to go probably 8 hours from now. So what time is it now? It's 11:44. So 8 a.m. So that'd be 10. So it's almost 11 p.m. Eastern. So if you went 7 a.m. Eastern, that's about the time you would get more population on European and Oceanic. As far as North America, Stormona is really your only option. You have a really good microphone. Thank you, Rapala. I do my best to make sure my stream is as high quality as possible. I believe I have one of the highest quality streams on the internet, period. That's not a brag, that's just facts. I get people telling me that all the time. The only real issue, getting back to classes real quick now that I think about it, Agony, the only real issue I have right now with what I know specifically and intimately about classes, the Warrior's AoE taunt needs a bit of an improvement. We have an AoE taunt that has a snare. Now the snare works fine. The snare's not the problem. The taunt is the problem because the taunt component of that skill doesn't generate any threat. I can have somebody step forward to aggro a group of 3 mobs, not cast any spells, not generate any aggro whatsoever, any threat or whatnot. They can step forward and aggro mobs and pull them to the group. I can hit my AoE taunt, do nothing else, that person will die. All 3 mobs will go to that person. For whatever reason, they made a change to the AoE taunt about a month and a half ago. Because for some reason, it was jacking up the threat in the entire group, which it's not supposed to do. It's supposed to get all the threat from around you to you, not to your group. I guess when they made that change, they must have ruined the skill, or they removed the threat component altogether and didn't fix the tooltip. Because the tooltip still says that it taunts up to 4 targets, or taunts everything in your area and adds a snare for 4 seconds or 6 seconds or something. But as far as I can tell, the AoE threat component doesn't work. Or if it does, it doesn't add anywhere near the threat it's supposed to. So I do believe that needs to be fixed. But outside of that, every class that I've grouped with, every class that I've played, they all operate just fine. So pick what you think you would enjoy playing and play it. Here's the most important thing I can tell you about characters in this game. This is the single most important thing I can tell all of you. When you choose a class to play, take it to level 18. Minimum. Don't give up at 5, don't give up at 8, don't give up at 10, don't give up at 15. Take it to level 18. And you might sit there and go, that's a long ways to get to level 18. I understand, but every class in the game starts to come into their own around level 18. There's a significant level between 15 and 18 where you'll finally understand, or you'll get to the point where you'll have a working knowledge as to how that class plays. You'll also have enough abilities in your book that you can go through and say, okay, if I'm fighting undead, I could use this instead of that. Okay, if I'm fighting casters, oh, I have that which affects spells, and I have that which affects melee. So I'll use that one when I'm fighting casters and that one when I'm fighting melee, and I should probably put them on the bar. You'll figure stuff out, but you have to take it to level 18. Again, trust me. Don't listen to anybody else. Nobody else knows what they're talking about. Pretend I'm the Encyclopedia Pantheon. I'm not, and it's just a joke. But in all seriousness, take your character to level 18. I promise you, if you don't like your class by level 18, delete it and pick another one. Keep in mind, we're not in launch. You can make 100 characters between now and summer of next year. I don't think their 1.0 will be until the fall. I don't need to hear anybody's jokes or snide comments about the game's not going to be ready next year, blah, blah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There's not much more for them to put in to give us one continent for launch. So drop that, because you sound ignorant when you type that stuff. But between now and then, roll any class you want, but make sure you take it to level 18. Make sure every time you log in, the first thing you do is /LFG. Turn your LFG tag on. Every time you move to a new zone, every time you get a zone wall and you zone into the next area, first thing you do is /LFG if you're not in a group. Every 5 minutes, advertise that you're looking for group. And if you're like me, and you know how to type, which apparently I don't, you will go through yourself, find the LFGs, find out what class they are, what level they are. If they're within 6 levels of your level, send them a tell and say, hey, let's do something. Want to do blah, 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 blah? Sure. And then put your own groups together. That's all I ever do. The last 3 decades has been me putting groups together. That's how I met everybody in Pantheon. Everybody I've grouped with in Pantheon was because I ended up either putting a group together or I was on with my LFG tag and somebody needed me to fill a specific role. That will happen to everybody. There may be the odd day or the odd evening where you jump in and it might be a struggle to find a group. I can't tell you what to do in that case. Have faith, have patience, what have you. There are nights where I get stuck not having a group. I make the best of it. I'll go solo, I'll go experiment, I'll go test stuff just to see what's happening. Always find something to do, but never give up just because you have 1 or 2 nights where you couldn't find a group. It can happen. Here's the other thing. Because they don't have a universal chat system in-game as of yet, your OOC chat is only for that zone. So if you're in Thronefast, nobody here in AVP will see you advertising for a group. If you're in AVP and you want to get into a Halnir's group, no one in Halnir's is going to see your messages from AVP. So you're going to have to move to all the different zones and advertise. I've had to do it as well. I still do it to date. I did it the other night. I logged in the Enchanter, I ran all the way over to Halnir, started advertising, couldn't find a group, etc., etc. You have to do all the social stuff that a lot of people go, oh, I don't want to do that. You have to do it. If you don't do it, you won't enjoy this game. I have this conversation all the time. If you don't do the social stuff for this game, you will not enjoy this game. And this is a fun game. You go and look at my previous VODs and you will see some hilarious and amazing moments and some horrible moments and so on and so forth. It's all there, but you have to be part of the community. And that gets into the whole solo thing. I get people that come in here every now and then, probably every 3 streams, every 4 streams, and the solo question comes up or the duo question comes up. I really don't like spending time on that topic because this game is not... Before anybody chimes in, before any Joppa viewers chime in, hear me out. This game, my envisioning of this game is not that. I'm a social person. I put groups together. I love to run groups. To have 5 other people mess around, blah, 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 joke around, make friends with, whatever. Like I said, Krushnek knows most of the people on this server. I've grouped with most of the people through all the levels to this point. Even other people's alts I've rolled with. With that said, you might not be that person. You might not be that social. You're going to have to learn. Soloing and duoing is feasible, And once they switch over to the unified method with the creatures, the way they're changing, the way elite mobs work now or Chevron mobs work now, that may be more appealing to people who want a solo or duo or even trio. But I promise you that's not going to be fun. You're going to be slowed to a pace. And that's, I mean, if you want to sit on your thumbs and do next to nothing and just chill for 3, 4, 5 hours, sure, you'll probably love soloing, duoing, or trioing. But if you want to get into the thick of it and have the most fun you can have and have the crazy pulls and the, oh my god, I'm going to die, oh my god, I didn't die, how did we pull that off? You need to be social. You need to make friends. You need to get in the 6-person groups. You need to do it. Trust me. Trust me. I've been doing this a long time. Time to try a wizard. So the wizard is getting a little bit of a rework as well. So you could always jump in on the wizard right now and get the basics of how the wizard operates. But the wizard's got some pretty interesting changes coming to it. If you have LFG flag on, can they see you in a different zone? Yes. But your LFG tag falls off every time you zone. That's why you have to put it on first when you zone. If you were to sit here, so let's say you're doing banking here or even trade skilling. Let's say you start trade skilling, and let's say your trade skilling is going to take you a half hour, an hour, 2 hours. Why you start trade skilling? /LFG. Now you might say to yourself, yeah, but what if I want to trade skill for 2 hours and I don't want to group? Well, if somebody sends you a tell, you could say, oh, thanks, I forgot I had the LFG tag on, but unfortunately I'm busy at the moment. Problem solved. Or you could say, oh, let's get in a group now, and then I'll go ahead and trade skill when I'm not doing anything. Right? It's a win-win. I never really liked forming groups in MMOs, but have slowly gotten past that due to the point I now frequently either put groups together or take over as leader. I do it mostly because someone has to. That's a counter. That's welcome to social MMOs. That's how they operate. Whether you're in a game now, we can't use games like EverQuest or EverQuest 2 or World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14 because those are done differently at this point. They have instancing, right? They have queue systems. This game doesn't have a queue system. This game doesn't have instancing. It has zone lines, but it doesn't have instancing. You're never in a place by yourself. Or your group is never in a place by itself. Unless you're fighting Del Taco and you're locked in a chamber, but that's neither here nor there. But you don't have to be a yapper like I am. You don't have to be constantly trying to social something, but you have to be social. You have to be able to periodically do all of the things, whether it's advertise for group, look to put a group together, even sending tells to people who are LFG. Sometimes what I'll do, I'll watch my chat window, right? Even though, like you see 18 Pally LFG, we're not worried about the LFG, but I'll watch my chat window and I'll see, for example, let's say this Paladin or Payton, whatever this guy's name is, let's say he typed, man, this crafting is crazy. I should probably get out to a dungeon or something. Even though they didn't say LFG and they might not have their LFG tag on, I'll look at my chat and if I see a message kind of like that, I'll send them a tell anyways and say, hey, we're going here. You want to go? And they'll be like, sure, let's go. Poof, got a person. Like, I bring myself to do all the extra mile stuff. But it's because I need to show you guys everything you need to do to get on in this game. Because I need you guys to play this game. Because the more people that play this game, the faster this game comes out. I need this game to come out. So I'm not going to steamroll you. I'm not going to miss Legion. I'm not going to blow smoke. I've put too much time into this game to even bother trying to sell you guys. That's not going to happen. But everything I tell you is researched. So. That's like, I'll have viewers who'll jump in the game, and they might have a tune around my level, and they might send me a tell and see if I'm in a group or see if I need somebody. And if I don't have anybody coming to fill a spot or what have you, sure, we'll go. But I tell everybody, don't rely on me. I'm a hoe. I get around to everybody, you know? I don't have a traditional static group. I run with a lot of the same people, but I don't have what I would consider a static group. But I make friends with just about everyone. I don't think I've ever not made a friend with anybody. I'm pretty sure. Well, that's a lie. There's one individual. I'm not going to say their name. And if anybody knows who this individual is, please don't say their name. But there's an individual. This game is in development, right? Early access, this game is in development. You guys have to understand this. The game is being worked on. So for someone to assume or treat this game as if it's launched, that's ignorance, okay? This is not a launched game. This is not a ready game. This is not a prepped game. There's an individual in this game who I was grouped with a few months ago, and we were doing some content that I wasn't probably the proper level to be doing the content, but they asked me to come along. We made the best of it. It was amazing. I had a whale of a time. We all had a blast, I thought, but we died a couple times. I think we died like 3 times. This individual threw some kind of conniption fit out of left field. Nobody in the group knew what was going on, and other people in the group knew this individual longer than I did. Anyways, apparently this person had said a few things about me specifically for whatever reason, which is weird because I didn't do anything. But he spoke negatively, or they spoke negatively about me, and they started talking to other people. Because the people who grouped with me and knew who I was would send me tells and say, "Hey man, this so-and-so is talking some crap about you. What's going on?" I'm like, I don't know. Billy, people don't realize I talk to a lot of people on this server. You guys don't see the messages, but I got contacts with a lot of people on this server. And I kept getting these messages, and I'm like, I don't understand what's going on. And then it dawned on me, and I was like, that person is really complaining about that. I'm not going to get into specifics because I don't want anybody to try and Sherlock Holmes me on this, but I haven't spoke to that individual since, and to be perfectly honest, nobody should probably group with them. Because there are individuals who are treating this game like it's launch, which means they're not comfortable with dying, which means they probably shouldn't be here. I don't know if they're still playing here. I haven't looked for them, and I won't look for them. But there have been an individual that I hope I never group with again, because they're a poor sport, period. That's it. Everybody else on this, I've grouped with people who are hardcore with this game. I've grouped with people who are lazy, Adirondack on the beach, sipping Mai Tai type player. Like, I've grouped with all different types of people, and I've made friends with all of them. This is a fun game. I love this game. Whoops. I grouped with you once a while ago. It's my first time there. You're usually streaming before I'm on. Gotcha. It's like I said, the last couple of months, it's been rare. We've gone with quite a few pickup people. I don't have a problem. I'll group with anybody. If you play the game like you want to enjoy the game and that you want to enjoy testing the game, I'm all for it. If you're getting in here because you expect to never die and kill everything and get all the loot, you probably need to go play another game. We have a saying here. If you're not comfortable with dying in this game, please don't play this game. That goes for everybody. I don't care if you're the nicest person in the world. If you cannot get comfortable with dying in this game, do not play this game. Even when it launches, don't play it. Because you're going to ruin it for everybody else. And if you feel like you need to respond to what I just said, that's your proof. See how I did that? I don't know why I can't stop playing this game. I really can't. I've been playing it every day. I have over 300 videos on my YouTube channel of my whole early access. Everything is there. I'm like the only person on the internet that has their complete... I've never done this for any game, period. But that's how much I like this game. That's how much I want this game to succeed. VR might not care. I have no idea. But I really enjoy this game. And don't get it twisted. I'm not going to blow rainbows and unicorns up your butt and all that and talk all positive and no negative. I'll bring up the negative. I've whined and complained quite a bit. But I really enjoy this. Like, this game brings these feelings out of me. So I haven't had this since like EQ. I would like to play some other games. I'm trying to play Path of Exile 2. I want to jump in and explore more of PAX Day. There's probably 20 games on the Game Pass that I want to jump into. Amazon has now launched Luna, and I think I want to check that out to see what's available there. I think the Indiana Jones game is on there. I want to see that. Like, there's so many games I wanted to see, but I keep playing this one. I view EA as an opportunity to test my skills. It's like I'm in training for 1.0. You haven't played any of the games either? Yeah, I miss them. I have so many games installed right now, and I haven't gotten them. I wanna continue with Titan Quest 2. They just put a major update in the game and gave a whole other area to do, and I haven't done that yet because every time I log in and say, you know what, I should do Titan Quest, I fire up my stream and I log into Pantheon. I think I have a problem. You've been thirsty for a new MMO? I can sink insane hours into, but work keeps interrupting me. That will happen too, and that's another thing. For anybody who might be here now or anybody who might check this VOD out in the future, if you are someone who has other obligations like work or family or what have you, and you don't think you can put aside, I would honestly say 3 to 4 hours in an evening to play a game to get somewheres, you may want to look away from Pantheon. I would love for you to play Pantheon and enjoy it, but I would not want you to jump in expecting to do this much content, and you end up doing this much content in this amount of time. Or you want to get something done, but you can't because you got to take your kid to this, or you got to go to this, or you got to do this, or someone's doing that, or whatever. You really have to. You have to figure out what you can do and what you can't. There are lots of games I haven't been able to get to. I've made those decisions. I've decided not to go to those games on purpose. You'll have to do the same. This is not a drop in and drop out game. And even when they change everything they're going to change, even when this launches next year, it will not be a drop in, drop out. It will not. If you want to get anywhere in this game, you'll need to put time in. And I know a lot of people, including myself, don't want to hear that because my life situation could change a year from now. I have no idea. You guys have no idea either. You might get more time next year. You might get less time next year. But it's going to be up to you. Like, nobody but you can make the decision whether or not you want to focus on a game or whether you should focus on something else. Truth be told, when I ended up back in EQ 11 years ago, during my early streaming days, I probably should have stopped. I probably never should have got back into EQ because I spent 9 years on 7 different progression servers doing the same content over and over again. That's the definition of crazy. I did the same thing for almost 9 years expecting a different result. And I probably should have jumped into other stuff. And as far as streaming, before I jumped into EQ, I used to have 1,000 people in here. When I was playing Darkest Dungeon, I had 1,000 people in here. I had almost the entire dev team of Red Hook Studios in here for Darkest Dungeon because I was phenomenal at it. I love Darkest Dungeon. It's still one of my all-time favorite games to this day. But I jumped into EQ one night, I got hooked, and if I could get in a DeLorean and go back in time, I might make different decisions. But I probably shouldn't have done that because what could have been a thriving MMORPG channel, I pretty much tanked it because EQ is one of the least popular games online, right? There's very few people that enjoy watching EverQuest as opposed to playing it because it's such a drawn-out game. And I feel like Pantheon could be the same. When Pantheon launches next year, let's say there's 12 people that stream the game at launch. Just 12. There might be more than that, but let's say 12. You may jump into a stream and start watching it launch, and maybe that person's sitting around trying to get a group together, and they can't seem to do it. So if they're not talkative and social like I am to you guys right now, you guys probably won't stick around, right? You'll be like, oh, well, this person's not doing anything. I'll go check somebody else out or what have you. And then before you know it, Pantheon will end up... Pantheon's not going to have WoW numbers. Pantheon's not going to have any... Pantheon's going to have lower numbers for its launch for viewers. I'm telling you, I've been around a long time. It's not going to do gangbuster numbers. Now, you might get a couple of popular streamers and bigger streamers, like I believe Co-Carnage is invested in this game in some respect. So I'm sure he'll play it at some point. Now, he plays during the daytime, of course. There'll be him, there'll probably be half a dozen other people, probably some of his circle of people who play MMORPGs. But will you get 10,000 people watching this game? Probably not. Because it's not fast and in your face. Now, if there's somebody who's streaming the game at launch and they're constantly doing things, they log in, people send them a tell within the first 5 minutes, say, hey, what are you doing? We're doing this. You want to go? Sure. If you can get into the thick of it and start going, people will watch. But this game is going to have plenty of avenues where you're going to be sitting on your thumbs doing nothing until you're not. That's going to be the telltale times as far as streaming goes for people to check out the game. But again, that's a year away. So whatever happens, happens. I've worked in game development since 2007, so I'm fully aware of the status. Been watching this game since 2012, 13. I view EA. I haven't played any of the game. I've been thirsty for new MMO. Latest game I'm working on releases next week, so right now I should have 6 months before things ramp up. Latest game I'm working on releases next week. What's the game, Agony? Is it something I could check out? Or I should check out? I can say that the people I know that were interested in this are also looking at Monsters and Memories. I'm a little mixed right now on Monsters and Memories. And I say this because I tried to go into Monsters and Memories, when was it? Was it a month ago? They had a play test, I believe, for a weekend. It might have been a month and a half ago. I tried to jump in. I'm sure the stream is on my YouTube channel. I spent like 3 hours trying to get from level 2 to 3 because trying to kill something in that first giant zone was virtually impossible. Every time I would run to a mob, somebody would tag it with a spell. Every time. I have it on record. So at the end of the stream, my opinion of the game wasn't great. And I like to think I'm pretty lenient and pretty easygoing when it comes to playing stuff because I play all different types of games. But I was not a fan of Monsters and Memories after that first stream. Now, I know they're supposed to be doing some sort of week-long stream, I think in November. I think it's the start of November. We might take a day or two and check it out then. I haven't quite made up my mind yet. I don't know. We might. Some people have asked me to check it out. We'll see. The game is called Ire, a Prologue. You can check out the demo right now, but it comes out on the 28th. Ire, a Prologue. Hang on a second. Is there media for it right now? Can I get like a trailer up on YouTube or something? Could we take a look at it real quick? Let me, give me 1 second here. Let me see if we can bring up something to take a look at it real quick. We're still in game. We're not going to come out of the game. Okay. There's the Steam page. Pause. Audio off, half volume. All right. Let's check this out real quick.
This is Cassandra Holloway recording from the Bermuda Triangle. This is me, documenting what happened here. In case I end up like the others. It was the RotF thing. It makes you crazy. It makes you do things you wouldn't do. We should have left the thing where we found it. Something.
Oh, it's like a psychological game. October 28th. Play the demo now. You know what? I won't play the demo because I don't want to ruin it, but I think we'll look at it. I think we'll look at it when it comes out. Why not? Why not? I'm actually going to write it down so I don't forget it. We'll take a look at it. It'll be something different. I mean, 31st is Halloween. Although I'm not sure if I'll be streaming Halloween because I usually have to go downstairs and, well, deal with the trick-or-treaters. It's what we call a cozy horror game. I wanted to play Dead Space. I haven't played Dead Space in a few years, and it's my favorite franchise, or one of my favorite franchises. I figured since it was October, we could jump into Dead Space 1. Get everybody to come in here with their headphones. Get everybody to turn their lights off. We'll all get jump scared together. What happened to my pet's marquee? Oh my goodness, my pet is still down at the bottom of... I told my pet to stay at the bottom of Mad Run. Whoops. Where are you, Yakin? Get back here. There you go. I'm like, why is that blanked out? Yakin was all the way back down the bottom of Mad Run. We could probably kill some orcs, right? I think we could kill some orcs. I think they're still dark blue. Without giving anything away, Agony, would you know, is your game a long game? Like, are we talking 20 hours or more? Target was 4 to 5. Oh, awesome. When's the 28th? That's Tuesday? What's today, 25th? Yeah, 25th, 26th, Tuesday. Okay. Maybe we'll see about trying to get home early. Start an early stream and see if we can get a playthrough in. See, we only need 9%, so I'm pretty sure I can get that out of the orcs. That stuff, that comes off the AVP bears, right? Oh, yeah, no, you wouldn't have that. Those bears are like 30. Yeah. Oh, light blue. Well, let's see if we can find... Oh, that guy's not there, so somebody's out here. That guy's dark blue. We'll get him. Oh, I forgot to put fear up. My bad. That wolf is gonna aggro. That sounds fantastic. I would go outside and sit down, but then I'd be bothered by my pesky neighbors who are out at the same time, because they won't leave me alone. Dude, you don't know how many times I've finished my day, I've come inside and sat down, I'm like, man, I wish I lived in the middle of nowheres. Right. Nah, Starlink still has its issues, unfortunately. We have to go find something to eat. Thanks for the stories. I hope we get to play. For sure, Agony. For sure. Have a good night. I'm not blowing smoke. I'll probably give it a go. We'll do something different. I want to play something that has like a Halloween, like a scary theme. Pantheon's not that. There's not much in Pantheon that. There's not anything in Pantheon that I'm scared of. I want 24 because of my pet. You're dark blue too. Perfect. Let's get you also. We got a relatively new player a couple nights ago to hang out with us. Dude, they are digging the game. It's fantastic to hear, man. It's new. It's God. I love when new players come into this game and they talk about like how much they enjoy this game. Sorry, I was actually talking on my. I didn't hear anything. That's right. That's right. You could just say paladins are broken and Crush is full of himself. Could you imagine? If they allow macros to be, well, I guess you could probably set up a well, no, because they're on different timers. Yeah, as long as I mean, if they put them on the same timer, somebody could create a macro for it, but yeah. Okay, runecasters are a bit rough. I remember the first time facing Avatar of War, and he ate through all 72 of us, and it was hilarious. Nope, that was before. After came Omens of War and Gates of Discord, or Gates of Discord, Omens of War, one of the, some order. I still have timers and strats and everything in Word documents on my other computer. I still have them. All the weird name mobs. Jivius, Afir, Fa, Shavish, Shavish. Yeah, yeah. So we used to call it, we called it Seshra. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, the Plane of Knowledge teleport stones destroyed the druid and wizard economy. You know, I I never played a druid or wizard, and I still felt their pain. Well, the Nexus would have been kind of okay because it only took you to 3 places. There was Shadowhaven, then two Shadowhaven, Paludal or Paladal Caverns, and something else. But in the Plane of Knowledge, you had like the 12 stones that you could run to, and that would take you to all the different zones and all the different continents, and then that grew to be like 20 teleport stones. You could go to all sorts of stuff, and it's just unfortunate because as far as the social aspect goes, it was great for druids and wizards because they had an economy and a purpose for teleporting people. But once the Plane of Knowledge came in, those 8 stones just destroyed it. And yeah, yep. And then you could go into your guild hall and go to that little pool dude and buy a stone that would take you to one of 50 different zones, and then you could just teleport a whole raid there. Like, yeah. Yeah, they I mean, they tried to wowify EQ. They try to do the same thing in EQ too, because in World of War, and I don't mean this as any flame. I played WoW like 4 times, but with World of Warcraft, everybody and their dog could jump in and make a character and do something and be successful and drop out. WoW was almost a drop in drop out game, like an FPS or a MOBA. You could jump in, do a couple quests, have them done in 20-25 minutes, and out you go. With EQ and EQ2, you couldn't do that. Everything was a struggle. So over the years, they kept putting stuff in to make it easier for people to go places, not because it was fancy, but because they were trying to retain people and try and make it so that everybody and their dog could jump in. The problem is you can't change or you can't beat the EQ grind. It's still there regardless. Yeah, 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 yeah. 2004. Well, that's my issue with the upcoming mounts that they're going to put into the game. I'm not for the mounts, and I'll say it till the cows come home. This game is not big enough to justify having mounts, and I feel like mounts are going to put people ahead of the environment, which means A, people are going to miss stuff running through the environment, but B, if that puts you faster than the mobs in the environment, you've just removed the danger out of playing this game. I'm not a fan of that myself, and I know there's a few people that agree with me, but there's a lot of people that want mounts. Yeah, I'm pretty much the same way now. I'm like, if they put them in and everybody's going to get them, I'll probably end up with one, but I really don't want mounts. What do you mean? Is it under your trade skills? I don't s- I don't see it. Are you sure you didn't just wake up one day and imagine it? Would have been the enchanter. I want them. I would like them to finish this continent, so bring out Body of Dakara, and then sprinkle whatever other content they have, whether it's dungeons, points of interest, villages, the wild bloods, and then look at mounts. But give us a month or 2 or 3 months to go through the completed continent without mounts, just to see how it goes. Tuning can happen after the fact. Tuning and then putting in and then tuning and then putting in, I feel like takes up a lot of time. Whereas they could just put the stuff in. Players can mess around with it because they have their internal testers. But players could mess around with it prematurely while they go in and tweak and tune everything else. But after we have the environment. That's like, just give us a completed continent. That's all. What witch? Witch of the Woods? Wild spells. Okay, yeah, when you say witch, I keep thinking of Witch of the Woods, and I'm like, how are you soloing the Witch of the Woods? Okay, okay, genius. Okay. Okay. We're playing that game? He's... Yeah. And I was like, he's referencing yesterday. Hey, Stogrim, I want them to focus on content and zones. Won't be back until the Gnome City or Lizard City are in. I hear you, man. I hear you. Yes, you do. Buddha has a wizard that could get you over there. Or get you close. Somebody's killing the orcs back there. Oh, where's the dark blue? Everything is light blue. Yeah. Outgoing. It's outgoing. It's outgoing damage and outgoing heals. So healers will heal for more, and wizards will nuke for more. Right. Still need 6%. Carrie has a cleric. Essien, but he's not in our guild though, is he? Is he guilded with us? Oh, okay, yeah, Essien then. He plays a 50 cleric. He's probably one of the best geared clerics in the game. Don't know. What are you playing now, Stogrim? Are you still in Guild Wars 2? How's that going? Don't they have a new expansion? Or isn't there a new expansion coming out shortly? I was talking to a friend of mine. I'm pretty sure he was telling me they got another one coming out. Why are you surprised? Why are you surprised? Yeah. No thanks. I won't log Krushnek in until we get some new content that's end game. Everything else is just me steamrolling, and I don't want to steamroll. They'll probably go to Enclave. Or BRK. BRK or Enclave is what I'm thinking. 40 to 50. The reason being is nobody at 50 is going to go to trenches. Once you're 50, you don't need XP from anywhere, so it's just loot. And there's nothing at Smoldering that's worthwhile. Bobza. Yep. And not being around, and working, and driving all the time. I don't know what he's thinking of. Someone's never heard of priorities before. Ah, Everything's light blue again. Mm-hmm. 4%, 4%? Nah, 5%. 5% left. I thought we'd see more dark blues, but sadly that's not the case. Yeah, yeah. I think so. I'll be honest, I wish she would just slow down just a hair. Well, the right. The yeah, the the main issue is the enchanter pet. Like Pen can't pull aggro. As powerful as the paladin is, the enchanter pet still rips aggro. So when she puts the pet out and she can't easily dispose of it, Pen's stuck. Like he was I'm surprised he didn't pull his hair out tonight. They do, but like I said, the pet tonight was an issue because Pen couldn't pull it back up. Well, it's an issue because as Buddha was saying with the line of sight, with our level, if Buddha and I had have kept stepping up to try and find line of sight, we'd have aggroed everything else on both sides of us. That's what caused that mess towards the end where we had the 4 mobs in camp and shit couldn't get locked down. That's what had happened. I moved forward because of line of sight, and one of the weavers aggroed because of it. They started investigating. I didn't move back fast enough. Which is exactly why I said to the group, make sure we fight in the back. We have to be up on the upper ledge. I said that twice. Yeah, and half the time we spent up front. We can't do that. But I'm not going to keep repeating myself because it'll sound belligerent, and I just don't know what else to do. What's the best way to do these pulls? Should I just open with the snare and then hit the fear immediately? I don't know. I don't know what's going on, man. I just had the urge for chocolate milk. I haven't had chocolate milk in a decade. What made me think of that? I have no idea. I have no idea. They're all light blue. Those are ninjas. Those are the worst mobs in that area. Did you guys tell him to go there? That was a bad idea. We're in trouble. If he doesn't turn around, he didn't turn around. We're in trouble. This will be a test. Why don't you go for a jog? You thought you were gonna hit me, mister? %3 away, roughly. 3.5%. Everything is light blue. It's gonna take forever for us to level here. I probably should have gone over near Hangor. I think that wildlife over there is around level 19. Same as these guys. Ow. Oh, that's rare? Oh, that is unique. Okay. Man, why is our mana coming back so slow? Oh, I guess it's not. We had to sit for longer. We should be losing health to get our mana back, though. Right? Why are there 2 orcs here? Alright, man. We're getting there, chat. We're closer. I did not. I'm gonna read it when I log this guy out. I'm still trying. I'm almost 24. Once I hit 24, I'll check it out. Hmm. No, it's not gonna work. We'll have to get them both. Oh, hang on. We got this guy by himself. Come on. Beautiful. Got him as he was casting. Almost there, chat. We're at like 99%. 99.9. Almost time for a new pet. Now, I should be able to get this pet out at 26, right? Should be 2 levels above 24. Ooh, you're dark blue. You should give it to us. There's 24. Alright, now the goal is to see if we can get a 26 pet. So what do we have? We have shielding. So that's our upgraded shielding ability, which automatically goes. We'll recast that. Siphon stamina. We don't have that up. We get 3. Okay, we get 3 stamina. Oh, nice. Siphon life, okay. And now for the pet. Alright. See you later, my friend. You did your job. So we're looking for 26. Level 20. Nope. $22. Nope. $24. Nope. $24. Nope. I hope 24 is not the highest level. Okay, 4 24s in a row? Huh? That would be the Barrow Dark. $26. Perfect. What's going on, Gixoten? Wait. Did that not say 26? Am I crazy? That said 26. It said 26. That's what I thought it said. How'd it go from 26 to 22? Okay, the game's just being mean now. $26. Con him, and he's yellow. Javotin, this opponent would pose a great challenge to you. Javotin can currently smell you. Wait a minute, how you smelling me? You ain't got no nose. Alright, well, we got 26. There, perfect. I don't know how he can smell me. Well, we hit 24 in the Necro, and it took me 15 bone chips, but I managed to get a level 26 pet. I do. Is it a different class? Why does it not have my gear? Hi, caramba. This is a problem. This is a problem. Oh, see you later, level 26 pet. Come here, you bugger. We'll get rid of you. Get rid of you. I think we need wolf pelts for a quest, right? Here we go again. I just spent 15 bone chips to get a level 26 pet out. I finally got the level 26 pet out. It didn't take the items off the previous pet, so I had to dismiss it and bring up a previous pet and unequip it, and now I gotta try and get a 26 pet again. Oh my, oh my, oh my. It's a little aggravating. I get it. It's a little aggravating. 17? Do we go 20? No, I want 26. Okay, that was 24. Came out 22. I don't know why it's doing that. We'll wait an extra second after we summon. What's going on, Laner? There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. I need something to life tap. Chantrix, I assume that's an enchanter. Welcome back. That's leading out towards the zone line, right? Wait, why does it look like the lake? Did I go backwards? I think I went backwards. I did go backwards. Whoops. I thought we were going further in. Oh shoot, it's 1:30. Okay, chat. We gotta end it for this evening. I gotta get to bed. I didn't realize what time it was. Well, we finally hit 24, which was fantastic. Those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. We should be live tomorrow. I don't know exactly what the game plan is. Hopefully everybody's on at the usual time. We can get started right away. Hopefully put a solid evening in of a grind. I think our next key level is 28. I don't think we get anything pertinent at 26. I think, with the Necro. I mean, 28's still a ways away. Anyhow, we'll address that when we address it. You guys have yourselves a good evening, or a good day as always. Thank you for the follows, and thank you for subbing to the channel. I appreciate the support, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.